Good morning, good morning. How's it going, MilloTK? Hope your morning's going well. Promised we'd play some mono green. Ended up having some writing to get done last week. Ben out here redeeming first. Love to see it. Deck remains unbanned. Truly. I'm curious. We're gonna see the weekend stats today. If they're as lopsided towards green and red black as they were last week, we're gonna have a problem. Well, this hand's great. I get to test out the main deck Sky Sovereigns right away. This is the version that split the finals of the challenge, as well as been doing really well lately with 2 Sky Sovereigns main. Thanks again for the tier list. Definitely help win your RCQ. Awesome. You're streaming to YouTube too? Yeah, we're trying it this week, seeing if the multi-stream function works well. The boats are replacing the other planeswalkers, so it's just back to mono green. Do you think anything in this deck gets banned? I think if the data shows again this weekend was dominated by green and red black, we have to have a conversation about both decks. All right, we don't know what they're on. Got a nice free Karn down. So I think we just start with a value. Value Bank Buster is nothing to laugh at. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, it looks like it's streaming well. I can see both chats, which is great. They integrate together. We'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, the problem is everything's fine, but you kind of need something to get hit from the way it exists. So I think the most likely scenario would be Fable. But it's not a good scenario. I don't think anyone's hoping that's what happens, but I think it's a conversation we have to have if Red Black keeps putting up like 22 finishes over a weekend, whereas the third highest deck is putting up like 6. That was last weekend. Was even Green put up what 15, which is absurd comparatively. But again, in the context of how Red Black was doing too, it's a little rough. Growth Spiral. Alright, well, we have a Karn. We could preemptively name Ugin with a needle here. I don't hate that. Chances are high the way they beat us off of this ultimatum is an Ugin. In the Spirit Dragon. Yeah, this list is without Bolus or Teferi. It's just the version that won the last challenge with 2 skyships main. Well, Lotus Cobra's pretty good for generating the mana here. So they have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. Yeah. Ultimatum. What do we hit? How's it going, Dr. Raptor? Yeah, we're doing both. I'm seeing how the multi-stream looks at. See if it plays out nicely. Well, Omnath being the best thing they hit isn't too scary. Yeah, I want to say Shadow Spheres in the sideboard. But this is the version that won on Sunday. Yeah, Ugin's just the scariest thing they could hit theoretically off of a Genesis Ultimatum there. Yeah, we got the multi-stream going, see how it plays out. Fortunately, I get to kill Karn there. Opponent got that mana going. I'm gonna draw a card, see if we can find a Nykthos. Oh, alright. We'll boat. Yeah, this is a Genesis Ultimatum version. We've been seeing this show up every once in a while. Like a Genesis Ultimatum version of the ramp decks. They're just trying to go as fast as possible. I'm not too scared about them, the exception of Ugin. Because otherwise we're able to just combo them out at some point. Appreciate that. How's it going, Christmas? Oh yeah, it's Green Day. Ooh, binding number 2 is rough. Hits Bankbuster. Interesting. September isn't over yet. Go back to sleep. True. We are behind in this game. But we're in a position where we're not dead. And we have this skyship that's going to clock them pretty well. Ooh. Well, there's the Ugin we were worried about, so... Good thing we named that. Feldar Retreat will be a problem, though. Yep. Well, make a 2-2. We can shoot 2-2s down pretty easily, which is nice. They have no cards in hand. Play another Omnath. What version of Greasefang is currently the best? Abzan, I would say, is pretty remarkably ahead of the other versions. I think Esper and Mardu are borderline unplayable if you were comparing the two. Alright, well, Kiora Forest is fine. Not great, but fine. Yeah, Chariot's real good. Also, you just have the fastest starts, which is I think all the deck wants to do is be as fast as possible. You just want to be linear. Take another forest, I guess. We're having difficulty finding a Nykthos. Alright, we're gonna attack. Do I want to leave this back? Probably. So this is killing a Goblin Shaman. They're not low enough that I don't think we want to threaten with the old Grow Troll. Yeah, the Absent also just has access to better, I think, tools to fight through the Graveyard Hate. So you have a better game one by being faster, and you also have a pretty good ability to fight through post board. The filtering's good. The problem is that like you have enough card selection already in all the other versions. Yikes. Well, we're in trouble, but weirdly enough, we're still fine with a Nykthos. Mono green the best deck of the meta? It's between red black and mono green. Pretty close fight. Oh, they can cast Degen. We'll go game 2. Yeah, I would say overall, red black has less predators in the metagame, so I think it's better to be playing red black if you had to choose one. But mono green's gonna give you a better chance to win in the late rounds if you're playing against a lot of red black. Submit. We just gotta be a little faster. We had a good value hand, but not quite enough to everything else. I'll take the play. Alright, this hand's really nice. How's blue-white control in Pioneer? It's pretty good. It's in that position where it's probably the third or fourth best deck overall. It's just remarkably far behind Rakdos and green. How's it going, Mikey? Did you also walk into us getting Genesis ultimatumed? Alright, well, we'll haven up. Get ultimated because of Mikey? Oh yeah. Micah does that too to me. Goes up, gets me dead. We kid, but... Mono green beats up blue white because they have to counter every spell. There isn't really a spot where they can dodge your spells. Like your three drops are scary, your planeswalkers are scary, your 5 drops and 6 drops are scary. They run out of ways to kill you, and they only have one farewell. The way I've been putting it as like a general thought is that if the game would end really early, that's bad for green, better for red black, and vice versa. I don't know what happened, but I heard blue white was tier 3. No, blue white is like the third or fourth best deck in the format. I think it's very far behind green and red black though. So it's notably behind the curve. Mana dorks aren't scary? True. Mana dorks are not scary. It's everything else. See. I would trade this layer for a Lotus Cobra here. Hey, how's it going, Alex? I think this version is better against the aggro decks, which is what actually green struggles against, is decks that get you dead quickly. It's the decks like mono white and things like that that green actually struggles with. So you're playing skyships to deal with those more so than red black. Is mono green your brain dead sleepy playing itself deck? To a degree, but it's also just very good. So I'm pretty happy just jamming it into a field that looks slightly overrun with some number of Rakdos. Get our spare Nykthos. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Still getting multiple 3/2s and 4/1s with blue white. Yeah, deck's still good. It's like I said, it's like the third or fourth best deck in the format. The problem is that that's not good enough for the most part, I would argue. I think we're just going to kill this Omnath. I think like I said, the biggest problem, and it is a problem, is that blue-white is very good, but Rakdos and green are much better. And that is a problem. My pet deck's always Mono Blue Devotion. It sees play every once in a while off the power of ley lines, but it is tough to get it to be overall on the same power level as some other decks in the format. Against Rakdos, I think you'd rather be playing the Teferi version because it gives you more access to redraws and comboing faster. But the skyships are also quite good. Yeah, making land drops is definitely a problem for blue white because you don't have as much interactive or as much filtering in the early game as other decks do. Double Lotus Cobra, huh? All right. Yeah, Tron is a good analogy for green in the matchup against blue white, where like every threat is dangerous, you can't just get away with anything. Yeah, opponent's doing some cool stuff. Genesis Ultimatum is a powerful card. And it operates in a similar world where, like, if people aren't interacting with you, you just get to go over the top so effectively. Grease Fang decks are below blue eye control. It's probably that those are the top four to me. To a degree. I mean, Phoenix and Banned Spirits have been doing a lot better than Grease Fang since Red Black's been playing for Leyline of the Voids in the sideboard. Power level wise, Grease Fang's up there, but I think it's below Blue White, Phoenix, and Spirits right now. Think Twice would be a hot reprint. It'd be interesting for sure. I'm gonna tap something. Tap Karn. Okay, well, start here. You're both. Unlucky. Not a good oath for us. Well, them being able to kill this, not great for us, huh? Alright, we'll pass. Yeah, Coma actually kind of cracked against us for being able to turn off our planeswalkers. I think Impulse is probably underplayed right now. It's feels pretty good in Lotus Field. Where else it would see play is trickier though. They're Escape to the Wilds. Sheesh. I would say again, I think Greasefang power level wise is probably number 3, but as far as where it sits in the metagame, less so. It's a little bit lower than top 3. It really helped to have both chats on screen. Fair. Fair. See if I can detach this at all. Well, you can always go up in cards in blue white. It's the miracle of Yorion. That's fair. Me trying to pull the chat out. See if I can. We're dying a horrible death over here, don't mind me. Let me see if this works. Chat. Let me see if this pulls up chat. If not, I'll just have to figure out a way to get chat hanging out. Yeah, it doesn't. It does. We're still working out the kinks. Don't mind me. Alright, Leyline Binding on Karn. This is actually good for us, weirdly. Well, even if we get Karn back, they can still coma it back, unfortunately. But if they use their snakes, we can Beseiju this to get Karn back. Yeah, it will be tough. They have well and truly gone way over the top of us here. Normally that's not a problem with the combo, but Coma turning off our Karn proving to be actually quite the issue. Alright, so we're gonna go to our turn. I assume they're gonna... Okay. That's perfectly reasonable to take breaks. Also, you have to remember that the format's going to change with Brothers War, so it's not like playing Moto right now is particularly helpful for the RC. Alright, so now we need to draw a Karn or a Storm. Okay. What can we get? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Seven mana and our Nykthos can't be activated is the biggest problem. Probably just have to get Silex. All activated abilities. Alright. See if we can survive a turn here. Oh, Season 2 is in Anaheim. Nice. Do you think Pithing Needle naming Karn helps against this deck? It depends what your matchup is, for the most part. It's a lot less able to be just determined straight up. For red black, yeah, it definitely would help. The issue is like Boseiju and things keeping it from being totally relevant. Alright. I think we have sufficiently died. Our opponent went well and truly over the top of us. Yeah, in red black it's helpful. The problem is again, you're gonna struggle against the creature side as much as the Karn side. But if you have the extinction events and are able to keep the board clear, then Pithing Needle definitely helps for sure. But their deck played out really well. The bigger fish. Coma is actually pretty impressive being able to shut down our non-land permanents. Alright, this hand's great. Up against a Yorion deck. Could be any number of things, but almost certainly is controlling in some nature. So early Storm is good. This is a matchup where we'd rather have Teferi than Boat. Assuming it is control, but it could also be Niv, could be Enigmatic. Both are fairly reasonable Yorion decks. The classics. Play this, we'll play this and pass. Alright, what do we got? Okay, so it is Enigmatic. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Turn 3 Storm. We hit anything good? Nykthos, Oath, or Old Growth Troll sounds good to me. Now we're ready to fire up some more. Yeah, a lot of leyline binding decks kicking around right now. Moon-based Cleric, or Moon-blessed Cleric. Probably gonna get Enigmatic. Yep. Yep. Time for us to try and Go off a little. We have extra mana, so we can play Aggro Troll since it's free. Goes out 9, 10. Have Karn. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Opponent's seen enough. Resubmit. Yeah, the sideboarding guide on mono green's great. Don't. Refuse. Decline. Well, turn 3 Storm is a good way to beat almost any deck. Enigmatic or not. So we'll take it. Morning, Micah. That's true. I am definitely the minion of Zelda. Hoping the hive mind of blue-white players came to an agreement on the card being good, but not worthy of destroying the mana base. That's fair. The card's quite good. Yeah, it's tough to mess with the mana base, especially in a deck like that. Oh yes, we've got many boats. Many ads. The joys of Twitch. I actually don't know if YouTube has ads on their streams. I don't think they do, because I watch LCS and things like that on YouTube to dodge the ads, to be fair. I'm on mobile. Oof. Hate to see it. Unlucky. Bad dice rolls all around this morning. Thanks, Switch. How rude. Mikey out here just trying to watch some content, getting 9 ads. Yeah, I don't think there are ads on YouTube. Not to say that you should go watch on YouTube, because, you know, both platforms are good, but I am trying the multi-streaming, and so if you can see it on YouTube, you might be able to dodge ads if that is a concern. Yeah, Twitch is out here trying to get us a little more money, which is nice. Certainly is appreciated. All right, we'll play Kiora. Give it back. I never get ads for the stream. Weird. Weird. You know, I hear, rumor has it, that if you submit your Bezos bucks, then you don't get ads anymore. Twitch doesn't allow multi-streaming. They do. They allow multi-streaming for all non-partners. I also don't. Dark Jason Platinum, love it. Their premium. It's truly a unbelievable concept. I think it was Dr. Raptor who coined the magic Netflix. Listening from YouTube right now? Awesome. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Hurd. Appreciate it. Trying to see how this all plays out. I have ad block. Fair enough. The mono green sideboard. True. The sideboard guide's the biggest draw. All right, we are layered up. We're also very far behind, but that's okay. They're gonna get a leyline binding, kill our Cav and our Kiora here. Welcome back. Based, as the young kids say. Oh no. Oh yeah, it's just you're just doing the same thing every game. But you can see that people are out in force with their anti-red black decks this morning. Uh what what happened? What what happened? Oh, I know what happened actually. Hold on. Hold on. I know what happened. I caught it at the last second. 1 second. You'll see it too, don't worry. So we're just gonna fast forward real quick to the last turn of the game. Keen observers will pick it up. But their game plan, right here. They bring back this, they show us this leyline binding. What are they missing? So they cycle this Triome. But what are they missing? Well, they have green, white, blue. They're missing a land type to cast this leyline binding. They just they cycled their black source instead of playing it to get their leyline binding. They could have just played 3, but they cycled instead and turned off their ability to kill this, meaning we untap with this and they wanted to concede. Oof. That was not how they thought that was going to go, I'll be honest. Yeah, I caught it right after they cycled. I was like, wait a minute. They have a green-white land, a non-basic type land, and a blue-white land. So they messed up their leyline binding turn, and were not willing to continue. Yeah, leyline binding mostly free, but not quite that free. Just big oofs? Oh yeah, big oofs all around. I appreciate it. It's a new card. It'll happen to you. Happens to the best of us. No shame. We learn. True, a win is a win. We were in a rough spot that game, but I'm not sure why they cycled, right? Because the cleric came back on our end step, so then they would have just drawn the binding. They could have just cast him. But maybe they thought they had another land in hand that would have made it cheaper. Myriad, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Alright. And does the thing. I mean, you could, but I also don't know if any couple of cards are all that impactful. I know why. Who doesn't like to draw cards? It's true. The other thing is if you're main decking boats, right, you're already kind of pre-sideboarding what you would sideboard in most matchups, right? Like in most matchups, if you're going to board a real sideboard card, it'd be like Voracious Hydras. And so by playing the boats main, you just get to not do that while also having the same effect. Yeah, drawing cards is nice. That is a big draw to Phoenix. Just draw cards every day. Opponent's thinking about something. Wonder if they want to... It should be Phoenix. They didn't show us a Gigantha. They hit us with a Strangle. It could be Control, but I would wager it'd be Phoenix. Yeah, that's going to be an opt or consider. Oh, I forgot to put chat back up on this side so I can see the game log. Pieces. So now you never sideboard anything. So much time saved. Oh yeah. Sideboarding, who does that? Not us. Ooh, they're on Drakes. Oh, playing Is It Phoenix when looting was around? That was a blast. I played a lot of humans back then, so I played against Phoenix a lot. But Phoenix was so sweet with looting. Looting was a rude card. Real rude one. Working on Devotion with a Black Splash. Is it similar to the other list that was playing that way? Because there was a Vraska style green black Devotion list that was kicking around for a while. Maximum velocity? That's a fair one. Phoenix, few weeks before looting out the ban. Ooh, hate to see it. Play this. One Karn the Great Creator, please. Turn off this Temporal Trespass. Next turn, we can also Kiora plus Old Growth Troll. What we got here? Yeah, this looks like the same concept as the old ones, just throwing in Vraska into Fairy. So the Yugen's Nexus is nice. I do like Yugen's Nexus as a card. Splash Black and Phoenix for Collective Brutality? Ooh. Yeah, the trick with building decks is like just understanding that if you build 10 decks and 3 get banned, you still build 7 good decks, right? But it is definitely unfortunate when that happens. They've opted strategic planning. We're hoping they don't have land 1-drop to buy back this Phoenix. So I'd like another activation of this Karn. So next turn we are... Ooh, 1 on top. Okay, it didn't have it, so that's nice. Start with Kiora. Now I just have a whole mess of Pioneer decks. That's not a bad thing. It's a good look. Probably just grab a hearse. Spell Pierce. I think I'm just gonna let that happen, to be honest. That's fine. A little sad. That's okay. Grab hearse. No no Kiora for us. That's okay. Having trouble killing people on time on Moto. It's a lot about just getting comfortable. Understanding when you can just sort of use your hotkeys to move through turns. Pre-planning your turns is really effective. I mean, 25 minutes is a really long time in Magic. It shouldn't be too much of a struggle to kill in time, but it really, if you're comboing and things like that, the speed of which you average your play is probably more important. Oof, another Phoenix. That's okay. We have this boat. Keep exiling Phoenixes. We're getting roped into playing their game, which is not great, but if we get rid of all the Phoenixes, it at least keeps us in a better spot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can't cruise and keep the Phoenix. Now they can. Yeah. One day we'll get these things into play. Yeah, Karn down. 4, 5. We could just use this time to get these down and then use our boat next turn. I don't hate that. Because killing this isn't getting us any closer. But we are just one land away from the storm. I think we just boat. Keep eating their threats. And next turn we have a backup plan if we don't hit the land. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just get comfortable. Low stakes events are really good for just getting comfortable, like the 2-player queues or the practice rooms, where you're like not really playing for money, so you don't have that same like pressure incentive to like, oh no, I timed out, whatever. Just like you want to get in like 20 reps with any given deck before you take it into a league if you're not comfortable with the time aspect. Not because you need to, but just because it helps with the timing. Yeah, it'll feel natural to point. You just got to take your time with it. It's not. It's like a different set of skills. It's almost an entirely different game. You have to treat it as such to a degree. Well, I'll take the other Nick though, so that's fine. All right, you're up, boat. All right, well, next turn we have storm, so that's good. We have this hearse ready to eat up whatever's going on. 2 lands, sure. They have 6 mana. So they can't quite trespass. Yeah, this is the 2 main deck boat list that won the challenge on Sunday. You can't decline, comes up occasionally if you'd rather have Besaidu in your yard. That's true. Yeah, you can't decline, which is sad. That's not the end of the world. Yeah, I think the corner cases of when you don't want to take a land are pretty low, but it does happen. I learned last weekend watching coverage that you can choose not to put cards in your hand with pieces. Somebody did that on camera. They chose not to put cards in hand so they could treasure cruise. It's kind of wild. Okay, is it charm? How about these 3 cards in their hand? They want a temporal trespass, that's fine. Sure. You can have a redraw. Turns this into a creature. Down to 19 cards. 1 Drake down, 2 Phoenixes down. Have we seen a haul yet? Seen 1 haul. They often run 1 or 2. They're only running 1. They're real low on threats now. Yeah, the main deck boat list has been interesting. Yes. Are waiting. Well, there's a thing in the ice. Generally more annoying when you don't have these artifacts kicking around. Please. There goes chart. 3, 4, 5. Okay, guard of a land. It's fine. Taking it pieces. Play a land. Let's see what you got. Opponent had lots of decisions. They're down about 7 minutes on the clock already, which is of note. Don't mind me just getting some stuff set up on the other screen while our opponent's taking their time. No problems. Our opponent taking their time, but I'm gonna leverage that for a minute to get a work thing ready. Hard cast the Phoenix. Okay. Sure. Ooh, an extra Nykthos, huh? Look at this. Good old Snare Thopter, everyone's favorite. Five. Play this. Extra Nykthos. Start here. We have 2 left over for another Nykthos. If we find it, we don't. In fact, we find virtually nothing. Okay. The Kiora. We kind of don't want to play the Kiora. Just on the basis that this is likely to die. So we could get in with this. 6, 11, 15. This kills this. This blocks here, and then we get in. Kind of okay with that. But we do kind of wish we had eaten something last turn. So this would be a 6. It wouldn't change lethal at all. Alright, eat that. Get in there. Mystic Mine? What are we doing with a Yu-Gi-Oh card? They didn't ban or touch the good cards. There you go. Getting into some Yu-Gi-Oh gamers. I remember playing Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid. That was the last time I played it. I remember playing it like a summer camp. We had no idea how the rules functioned, which is always the most enjoyable way to play a game. Another thing, yeah, sure. Can spell in this house. Alright. What do you got for me, opponent? Card 1 Nationals, the $100 competitive deck. I mean, that's a nice price point. I enjoy that. Ooh. I'm gonna get back 2 Phoenixes. That's unfortunate. Now we wish we had just eaten these Phoenixes. That's okay. They don't have the ability to... They have to leave the Phoenixes back. because of Skyship. They could axe plus planning. But if they axe the troll, then we have way more mana when we untap. They got rid of Flame Blessed and planning. So they kept axe. One axe can go towards the Sky Sovereign. Makes sense. But they need to cast 2 spells here. Oh, Kreese is a good one. Unfortunate. So now they'll have the axe for this. Yeah. Here we are. Well, thinking a lot. Hot dogs and chips have been acquired. It's not a bad lunch at all. Take that. Yeah, they should just attack out because they have this ready to flip. Well, unfortunately, they found every card in their deck. That does make it tough to win. Don't play Cavalier. Play an elf. Yeah, just dead, unfortunately. We'll make them kill us here. And you feel Phoenix is long term? Do you think he'll start soon going the way of Jeskai Sensi not being good enough for the format? No, it'll definitely always be good enough for the format. The biggest problem with Phoenix is just like losing to red black. So if you're able to find your way around red black, you're in a good spot with Phoenix. Unfortunately, Phoenix is definitely a top deck. I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. It's really just dependent on red black. Resubmit. This never happens to me while playing Phoenix. Fair. Well, when you see every card in your deck, it's a lot easier to win. We also had a turn or two we could have played better, I think, where we don't attack with the Curse. We also got kind of trapped under our own mana situation. We needed like 1 more mana for most of the game. It was interesting though. Opponent played it well and put us in a bit of a bind. Rakdos sacrifice playing Shieldred. 4 out of prelim. Interesting. Bushwhacker showing up more and more this weekend. Mono green should be unfavored into Phoenix. That has been my experience over a long period of time, is that Phoenix is favored, especially post-board. Game 1 is close, and green often will win game 1, but games 2 and 3 are pretty heavily Phoenix favored. You just have to keep the important spells off the board with your counter spells and repeatedly apply enough pressure. But I'm never happy to play against Phoenix's mono green, generally speaking. I just got into Pioneer, haven't played since 2010. Oh, welcome. Things feel so much better with a wand. I'm sure it helps, but I don't think that's the main driving factor. The problem is that they have early threats backed up by counter spells. The inevitability they have by also having endless counter spells is tough. Thanks for the follow, Torax. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, killing Thing in the Ice is great. Can't debate that. Would love to do it, but this hand kind of does nothing. I do love hands that aren't elf reliant in this matchup, but it still kind of does nothing. Hand's much better. Put away a Cav. Well, we don't want to get Spell Pierce, so we're going to run out this Caryatid instead of the Haven since we drew it. Because it is very probable that they are holding a Spell Pierce. Alright, well, there's Thing in the Ice. This. Play this. Deploy our threats. Now we just gotta keep trying to scale into it. Thing in the Ice will be scary. But if we can get enough value before, like if this Cav can hit a Nykthos and things like that, we can make it a lot less painful. Oh, okay. Good. The double thing is scary. We're definitely behind. Once one of these flips, we're in trouble because we didn't find a Nykthos to accelerate ahead of time. That's okay. You're in a little bit of trouble, but not the end of the problem. You gonna do it at instant speed or just do it to do it? No question. Alright, down to one. Okay, well that's a disaster. Sheesh. Well, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I think we're gonna die. Like I said, this is kind of the issue you run into pretty repeatedly in this matchup is Thing in the Ice is very difficult, and if they're able to flip it early, which is pretty often not the case, you just get stuck under their counter spells. hand is fine. I'm pretty happy with any hand that's able to just keep cycling through till we find what we need in the dark. It's not an explosive hand, but it's pretty reasonable. Alright, we're up against humans. Mono humans is a little scary for sure, but this looks more like Bant humans, which is a lot less scary. It's odd that adding more colors makes you worse in this matchup. How's it going, R&B? Well, red black once again try not to kill by the hurricane. Jeez. Well, best of luck. Hurricanes are scary, man. Not want to be dealing with that. Grab another mystic. We're in good shape. We were able to accelerate pretty well, and we can kill this trivially. Well, mono green took a little bit of a beating this weekend in the challenge compared to last weekend, but red black mid range remains starkly ahead of the curve. All right, well, can no longer kill their thing effortlessly. Yeah, I would not envy having to make that decision. Hopefully hopefully y'all have things planned for this kind of event. Gonna play another elf. Pass. We just want to get this boat down as soon as we can. All right. We're just multi-reflector mage. My god. You're just getting reflector maged into the earth. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the way that the metagame is rotating around right now is that everyone has a deck they want to be the top deck because their matchups line up interestingly into it, but red black continues to just be the top deck, making it tricky because even if green is one of the top decks, it's not going to dethrone red black anytime soon. Red black put up 18 qualified finishes compared to 8. Granted, green put up 6 challenge top results, which is almost double anything else other than red black, but red black had 15, so we're getting ever closer to the having an uncomfortable discussion about red black. Is this troll enough to stop the assault? It is. Vote to kill this. And hopefully we're still alive, because they're going to get to put a counter on all their creatures again here, which is not ideal, but we have this skyship to block. Then we can just dump a bunch of elves and storm, and hopefully it's enough. It's been odd. This is 3 reflector mages deep, too. Unban Veil? No, dear. No, no deal. No, no, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. That would be bad. Oh no, it's another one. Alright, well, these can't get in. I mean, they can if they're threatening 8 damage. Threatening a lot of damage. I'll take 11. Okay. Take some green mana. Storm. Nykthos land gives us another bunch of mana. Just 7 mana. Play Karn. Mana kicking around. Got Shadow Spear and equip it. That seems pretty good to me. Alright, get in there. Yeah, gain 10 is a pretty good turn for us. Yeah. Given their plan was to race us, gaining 10 is pretty good. Alright, go on to game 2. Ton of movement in the tier list. Feels like people are mostly figuring things out. Alright. This hand's fine. It falls into the weird category where like we really don't want to get Reflector Maged a bunch, but that's always gonna be true. That's always a fair problem. Charming Prince, not too bad. Excuse me. Alright. One troll down. Troll's at least in a good spot here. Collector Mage, as we expected, not great for us, but at least get our dorks bounced again. Well, that's rude. I'm gonna play Karn. Mostly it forces them to divert some damage, which is great, and then we can also just get a chariot. Gives us some better defense. They have a lieutenant. We can't kill this anyway, so we want to get multiple bodies, I think. Another reflector mage. Well, that's rude. Another reason we didn't want to get Skyship is they might not have been able to cast it. Turns out we couldn't. All right, chariot time. All right, tier list is up on Patreon. This is great. There we go. So if you want to get access to the tier list much earlier than the video comes out in a written version, comes out every Monday around this time. Stream Decker's still down. Oh no. GGT and Pioneer. Oh no. Unbans are reasonable. But we can't. Oh my. The third Nykthos. Awkward. Alright, well. We're just gonna keep throwing things at the board and hopefully we get enough mana going. If we draw another green source, we can play Old Growth Troll and use Nykthos. Yeah, you're welcome to see what's going on in here. Double troll, one dork. Dropped a pile of cards I was shuffling. Old man hands. You'd think after 100,000 hours of shuffling Magic cards I'd be better at it, but here I am. Still dropping cards. Okay, that's almost like a green source. I got Karn, which is fine. What are we gonna do here? 2, 3, 6. Oh, we're definitely playing this. The question is, do we do this? It's us 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just cast all of these, but where's that get us? I mean, 2 of these is pretty good on this board, so it's probably worth it. All right, well, we have 3 4/4s, which is quite a lot of 4/4s. Have you ever seen Josh Utter Leighton Shuffle? I've certainly seen it. I can't remember why it would be of note, but I've definitely seen Josh Utter Leighton Shuffle from many Pro Tours. The 4th Nykthos? Okay. Deal. Okay. 1 Karn, please. Get a boat. Kill that one. We'll pass. It's something. Hey, being good at shuffling is not an actual requirement. Kibler is the crazy one. Scry 2. Alright, if they're scrying 2 instead of Blinking Reflector Mage, I feel quite good about our spot. Gives this band look like this. Oh yeah. The benefit of having teammates is to make fun of them. It's just, it is known. Both again. A lot of my matches against banned humans looks like this, insofar as it's very tough for them to get anything going if you get the old growth trolls down. We want. We could just Shadow Spear. We could just get a Pestilent Cauldron. I think we just get a God Pharaoh statue and lock them out of casting spells this game. Yeah, that's game. Try playing the deck in RSQ. Generally confused as to how to win if they Necromancy or Karn or even Needle it. Well, you have Besage for Needle. Is answer number 1. Number 2, you're just playing Big Dumb Green Idiots, so a lot of decks aren't able to keep up with that in general, along with Nykthos just pumping out mana, even if you answer the Karns. Also, most of the cards you named are coming in post-board, so you're able to adjust your strategy. If you know they're going to Necromantia, you can board in some choice targets in replacement for some number of Karns. But also, again, a lot of decks aren't playing cards like Necromantia. It's not a concern for the most part. For the most part, your goal is to be efficient and kill them as reasonable. All right. Secure our 3-2. I went 4-2 versus blue-white. I was 1-2. I thought that was a good matchup. Maybe just bad at the game. I mean, I don't think you gotta take it that far, but mono green has a good blue-white matchup, but you can lose if you're not able to get off the ground fast enough. Not into Teferi action. I quite like Teferi. Just figured we'd try out the list that won the challenge on Sunday. A lot of times, it's about figuring things out more so than playing my favorite list. This hand does so much nothing. This hand does so much less nothing. I think I'm gonna get rid of a Karn here. Depending what they're playing. They're playing humans, so we gotta go fast. Not the best hand against humans. That makes it a lot better, to be honest. We just need to draw land so we can play land Kiora Oath here. I also just think Boat's really well positioned with people moving to aggro to try and attack green and get under red-black to a degree. It does make it much more interesting to have Boat's main. Alia, you monster. We even hit the land. You abject monster. Alright, we'll take an Elvish Mystic, even though we want to land. Better to accelerate now, because we can hit a land and play Cavalier. Ugh, rude. Well, take your pick, opponent. We'll take the Cav. Would I trade this Mystic? No shot. Take our 4. Hopefully we draw a land. Play Kiora. Two, 4, 7. Now we, in theory, would trade this off with the Dauntless to keep Kiora alive. We're not in a good spot, mainly just because we've gotten pinched on mana. The Thalia really was a disaster for us this game because we were light on actual mana sources. If we had a third mana source, we'd be off to the races. But as it sits, we're in a bit of danger. Adeline means they can kill Kiora even without blocking, or even if we do block. So I think we just don't block. Let Kiora die. Try to... Yeah, unfortunately, we're kind of pincered here. Yeah, if we had a troll, we'd be in a good way, but we're not currently. 2, 3... Oh, they're just sending 3... Exactly 6 at Kiora. So now we could just trade. The land here. Well, not pleasant, for sure. Having to pay 3 for Wolfwillow Haven is not the move. Yeah, I think we're just a little too far behind. Thalia plus the TVDDR there was off, but that's okay. Most of the time, this matchup just comes down to Brave the Elements, so we gotta just try and get on the board fast enough that they can't overwhelm us. Boat also does a good job of stopping Brave the Elements as far as main deck cards go. Wand is a little better because you can also kill your own creature and make a white creature. But again, decks like Mono White are a big reason that Red-Black keeps pulling ahead of Green in the overall race. Play. Stands good. It gets off the ground fast, which is what we want. The real trick is going to be whether or not these oaths find something to do. That is a pretty low bar. This, so we get 2 oaths. Karn. And a Cavalier. Beautiful. Our oaths did oath things. Sure. Yeah, I mean that was the goal, right? Was have a hand that could make 5, 6 mana on turn 3 while also getting 2 shots at threats. Grab an extra Nykthos. Plays nicely. We have a Storm in the yard, which is great. So right now we could make 5, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana. Oh yeah, the gold's working out. We can make a nice 11 mana this turn. 13? I miscount? Probably. Well, that certainly adds some more mana to the situation. Okay. We ended up making 16 in the end. And 16 and playing a Old Gross Roll, so we used 19 mana. Alright, let's try this again. Game 3. We're on the draw, which is a little awkward for us, but yeah, this hand doesn't do enough. Go 6. This hand's a lot better. Does fall into the could be a step too slow. But we have a lot of good draw steps. Not bad. Enables a turn 3 Cavalier, depending on what they do. Kind of hoping they play Thalia, because Thalia is the least threatening. Would I trade with this Dauntless Bodyguard? No, I wouldn't. I almost would, but I would not. If I knew we were drawing Haven, I still don't think I would. Because now this enables turn 3 Storm. And if they do Thalia us, we can just play Cavalier. And even if they Brutal Cathar us, we can just Cavalier. If they just go to combat... Oh, yeah, they have a Lieutenant. Yep. Take 5. So we could Storm here, but it's usually better to get your creatures down first, because Storm wants to hit creatures here anyway. So we'd rather just get a guaranteed creature. And now we have this Nykthos for Storms and a backup Storm in the yard too. So we really don't want to get Brutal Cathard here. But if we don't get Brutal Cathard, we're in great shape. Crack a Clue is not a Brutal Cathar. They might be looking for extra Brave the Elements here. Okay. Oh, that's a really good draw for us. Alright, we'll start here. Karn, Wolf Willow Haven. Play another Nykthos. 7 mana. We're just gonna go get a Meteor Golem here. Turns off their ability to really kill us through Brave the Elements. Immediately puts them on the back foot. We can really pop off more next turn. But there's no need to go wild. Usually it's best to just secure your board. Yep. And there we go. Easy 3-2 after some tumultuous starts. Crack our treasure chest here. The Fairy Siege Dragon. Nothing doing. It's okay. Fire back up. Classic 3-2. Even though we died to a absurdly high over the top deck as well. Can't be too mad. The 3-2 there. What do you like, Spear and Hearse? This is the list that just won the challenge, but Spear worked out quite well in alongside the Sky Sovereign. We were able to game 10 pretty easily against aggro, which was nice. But Spear is a reasonable card. I think Hearse just gives you a reasonable out to being able to repeatedly deal with Phoenix, which is a problem. But I think you have a lot of optionality in the sideboard. I don't think it's particularly locked, right? Like these are flex spots if you want to play Teferi or play Boat, and then that gives you options in your sideboard. But I think it's more an issue of just testing out what won this weekend, seeing if the boats are a big addition to the main. They've been quite nice so far. That opens up some more slots in the sideboard to mess with. Shadow Spear is nice also if you have to go with the big lair plan. Being able to just like jam through smaller creature decks. Hey, it's a nice hand. We're on the draw, but we'll take it. Has all the things we want. Playing a mirror. Storm is the most important card in the mirror, so can't be too mad. Yeah, Spear is a card I always wanted to fit in, but we didn't have enough slots in the sideboard, and so now just sort of like do they have another ramp spell? Oh, they're playing a different deck. They're playing a different deck. They're playing the mono green aggro deck that also put up a top 8. I'm gonna fight our elf. Wonder if Cage is worth playing. It's probably a good consideration. I wouldn't be upset to be playing it. Ship shot the Vivian. We have a Storm coming. I do like Cage as an option. Enigmatic is a little bit of a tricky matchup now they have Leyline Binding. Thank you, though. Well, that's rude. Stop killing my creatures. Alright, I'll attack Vivian. Yeah, they block. This nets us up a mana. Stop playing creatures, they'll stop killing them. I guess that's fair. Alright, well, we get to play a Cavalier at least. Really like them not to have a Nykthos here. That'd be 2, 3, 4, 6, or 7, 8, 9. Okay, they don't. Good. Oh, Growth Troll. We are gonna need to find something good off the Storm, I think. They're gonna attack? I don't know if I love that attack. I guess it's fine. Alright, let's start here. Karn Kiora. What a combo. Tap this. Seven. Could get a Meteor Golem. Kill this. Not a bad day at the office. Alright. We're pretty stable. We have this backup storm in the yard to work with. Ton of mana this next turn. Killing Vivian does a very good job. Unfortunately, they have another one. How rude. So they can kill Cavalier or kill Karn. Fine. Killing Karn's actually fine for us, I think. They can't attack. If they were going to attack, they had to do this afterwards. An extra Kiora, so we'll just make this easy for ourselves now. Okay. Well, not great, huh? Alright, Wolf will go there. Hold on, we want to float first. I gotta go to combat. Attack with our Cavalier here. They get a free block, but it guarantees us a Karn on top of our deck, and then we can draw the Karn. Or they just jump block, also fine with us. To stack this. Draw a card with Kiora. Cavalier. Ooh, drew Troll. Didn't hit a land. We'll play Troll. Alright, well. We're loaded up now. The Vorn clicks. Just a big Primal Might. Elder Gargi. Alright, that's fine. Don't generally care about the Gargs. An 8/8. Fine. One Karn, please. Veil. Tap. Tap. One. Alright, there we go. Easy game one. Resubmit. We had the full combo there, infinite mana. We were just gonna keep going, and then eventually we'd gain infinite life and mill them out with the Cauldron. Or just cast every spell in our deck. Whatever we feel like at that particular moment in time. Alright, well, this hand doesn't do anything. Easy mulligan. This hand could die to a fast start from them, but it has some potential. They're on all the 5. I like these kind of hands reasonably. We'd love to draw an elf, obviously, but if we don't, we don't. They don't have an elf. The mono green mirror where no one has an elf? What happened? Someone missed the memo. One Scoozle, huh? Lead on Carotid because it blocks Scooz. I'll block. Okay. Alright, play this. Play this. We're off to the races. They missed land 3. Not ideal for them. I wouldn't be shocked if they concede to this Cavalier. They gonna fight? Yeah. Reasonable. Dude. This. Galair. This. Get a Kiora. Well, you're in trouble, opponent. We're about to pop off. Eat the storm. Smart. Smart. Well, that's rude. I suppose that's fine. This here, it's free because of Kiora. Bonk. Worm. Cavalier, Old Growth Troll. Draw some more cards. Well, looking dire for our opponent, I will say that much. We are looking like this, the stronger mono green deck here. You gotta eat that. Gotta eat the storm in the yard. Otherwise, if we draw a land, we can just flash it back without having to target with Kiora. They don't have an opportunity to eat it. Okay, well. They felt it unnecessary to continue. Makes sense to me. Alright, off to a 1-0 start. Much as I love Mono Green Stompy, it just ain't it at the minute. Yeah, Mono Green Stompy, I think, put up a top 8 this weekend, but it wasn't. I don't think it's quite enough. Though it does probably do quite well into Rakdos, just on the basis of having enough creatures that are a pain to deal with. Just another Mono Green Monday. True. Well, we said we'd play Mono Green on Friday, and then I ended up having to do some writing. We'll play some Mono Green, probably play some Bushwhacker tomorrow. Get back on our aggro roots. I know RCQ season 2 starts in a week or two, so gotta start prepping. Although I think I'm out of town for the first RCQ. Unfortunate, but I'll live. 6 days to the one at BG? Yeah, I am out of town for that one, unfortunately. Y'all are gonna have to put up a W in my stead. Again, Thoughtseize. That would be rough. No, kill this is less rough. This mono black, okay. Boo, Thoughtseize, boo. Alright, well. We're locked and loading, just waiting to draw something. I got 6 mana ready to go. You want to Fatal Push one of these elves, that's fine. Something smells really good. Well, that Field of Ruin's not getting a lot of use right now. I have a Cavalier. Alright. I'll play both. Oh, I overtap by one. Well, this is better in this circumstance as a boat than a Teferi, I suppose, because we couldn't cast a Teferi. So I guess the mana base would be built differently in the other version. It's not definitive we couldn't cast it. I'm excited for the BG one. Love to see some friends take it down. Be a room of killers though. A lot of red black, a lot of green. Just a good old fashioned room. There's also going to be a fair amount of spirits, I imagine, because there's a couple of spirits players who kick around to BG as well. Well, do you have a murderous rider? We got a backup. We do. All right. Well, you got it. You got it, Chief. Hope they just play the murderous rider and we get to play the second skyship. I mean, a murderous rider looks so good on this board, right? Like you're just getting to block out our whole board. No. All right. Well, it's unfortunate. Cavalier. Dork. We're in the anemia game, but that's okay. Opponent says getting dunked on by these elves. They said it's a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Ooh, Locthwain's dangerous for us. I do quite like all the spells they're doing. 10,000 Needles, Cactuar style. True. Big brains. Fatal Push the Dork, alright. Still not playing the Murderous Rider. Now we're playing the Murder. Okay. Alright, well. Vote number 2. Bonk. Really want to draw an old growth troll or a cavalier here. Something that can crew the skyship solo would be great. They're at 13, going up to 15. Shieldred? Another invoke, sure. Well, now we want it to be an old growth troll more than a cavalier, huh? How about double Wolfwillow Haven? How's that? Alright, well, we've got our mana situation dealt with now. They don't kill our elf. We could draw a storm, we could draw a cavalier, we could draw old growth troll. Karn would get Heart of Kieran. Triple Field of Ruin makes me chuckle. Liliana. Shieldred. Shieldred. Okay, well. Now Liliana. Trouble. Now we're 1 mana short of even being able to crew this. Alright. Well. We'll die. We need we need to get to the board a little faster than that. The double invokes plus Thoughtseize is a lot of disruption. I vote you win more. Me too, Micah. I like to win more, but sometimes things line up. I'm not unhappy playing a matchup like this. I think we just need to get on the board a little quicker. Need to have enough threats that we're not just susceptible to a single Thoughtseize. Or win less and save good luck for BG's RCQ. I'm out of town that weekend, unfortunately. Someone else has got to go win it. Y'all got a clean path. Go take down the RCQ while I'm out of town. It's still gonna be a tough one though. A lot of red black, a lot of mono green, a lot of killers in the room. But I'll be out of town. I think I'm out of town this weekend and next weekend, and then I'm back on the grind a little. End boss MIA. Oh, don't worry. There's plenty of end bosses. Neil will be there. There's 12 Nykthoses. Andy will be there. Can't escape the end bosses, but I'll be gone. I won't be there? Alright, the end boss is actually gone then. Ben, I can't believe you aren't going to drive 4 hours to come play. Wiedenart, good evening from Sweden. Any tech new to the deck? This is the version that's playing 2 Sky Sovereigns main instead of the Teferis, which has been the biggest difference. We're still testing out to see how we feel about it versus the Teferi plan, but it's been good so far. Having a little bit more interaction against aggro has been good. I won't be there. Your match points are safe. True. I still can't believe you wouldn't drive 4 or 5 hours to come play a local RCQ, Ben. You monster. I wanted to Oath, but I'd rather Wolfwillow. He's not committed enough? True. It's true. Could be coming out, Ben. If I really cared about qualifying, then I would. I feel like most people are split on how much they care about qualifying at the moment, and it's more based around like if the formats line up. Because the second RC being in Anaheim is really cool, but it being standard is kind of not. I'd love to get to go to Anaheim though. If I didn't have school, I'd try to qualify through Modern. Fair. That's the secret. You got to reward yourself with doing schoolwork by going and qualifying. Thoughtseize, both oaths. That's kind of rude, opponent. I just wanted lands. I'm gonna get hit by a Lily here. Fatal push. Did they not have a land? Okay, well, no one has lands. So that's probably better for us. Hang around, check it out while I'm sorting up a ton of cards. Awesome. Have fun sorting your cards. I know my wife is a big fan of sorting cards. I need to get her to reorganize my Magic collection. It's like a meditative thing. Been away from Magic for a few weeks. Are people still asking for bans for this deck? This and Red Black are currently in the eyes of people who are questioning if bans need to be done. Mainly because Red Black has been outpacing the format for a while now, and Green has been outpacing everything but Red Black. So it's in this weird spot where like it feels like a 2-deck format, and it's 2 decks by a big margin. Hey, how's it going, Victor? Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate all the people watching over on YouTube. Doing some multi-streams this week, testing it out. Yeah, we were looking at the stats for this week. Red Black had 18 finishes, including 15 from the challenges, which is more than double the next highest, and a lot higher than third place with 4, right? It's almost 4 times as many finishes in the challenges. And like 8 versus 6 is a lot smaller, but last week it was like 15 to 20 something. So these numbers are coming down, which is good. But if they keep outpacing the rest of the format, it does become concerning. But Green definitely pulled back a little bit this week, but I think the problem is if people look to ban something out of Red Black, then Green becomes real scary. But it could also be a situation where if you ban Red Black, the aggro decks get to exist, and if the aggro decks get to exist, Green actually struggles more. So it's interesting. It's a weird dynamic, and it's also only like 3 weeks after the format changed, but people I think are a little bit more proactive in wanting bans prior to the regional championships in a couple months. Because especially with Brothers War coming, we don't know what that'll entail, but I'm sure it'll entail something. Yo, Colligon, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Yeah, Duress takes a Wolf Willow Haven. Nothing too shocking. We have lands and we have tools to get this Cavalier down. Cavalier, like Old Growth Troll, very good into these decks that just want to 1-for-1 with you. If they kill our elf, we're just going to slam our Haven and just keep trying to get our mana in order. If they don't kill the elf, we're going to put the Haven on a land, Oath, and hopefully use something else. Incoming Brothers War, 1 instant destroy target Nykthos at common. I mean, that'd be nice. I don't even know if that would stop the deck, which is crazy enough, but what I expect to happen is that we're going to have an overhaul of powerful artifacts, and that's going to radically shape the Karn board, as well as probably give rise to some artifact-based decks. We already have a land. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take an extra Karn, so they're priced into Thoughtseizing us to try and take this Karn, and then they see the second Karn. But I think what we're going to see is Brothers War. They're going to have a ton of artifacts, which will be interesting. 1C artifact, Nykthos is banned. This artifact can't be removed. Great, Micah. So the problem is, right, Karn isn't the problem with this deck. Karn is an interesting card on its own that could be in multitude of decks. The problem is Nykthos. And so it becomes a race to see what we can do with Nykthos per se. All right, I am going to minus, and we're gonna go get a boat for next turn. I mean, could get a chariot, but I think we just want a boat. I'll offer this trade. Great addition, Super Leyline. Karn promotes repetitive ramp gameplay. Well, that's not necessarily true, right? Because there's ramp decks that exist and continue to exist. There was the Eldrazi ramp deck, there's the Genesis Ultimatum ramp deck, and none of the ramp decks play Karn except mono green. Karn actually is more of a mid-range tool than a ramp tool. The scariest thing Karn does is enable other things. Shieldred, how rude. Well, Karn adds the combo to green. Yeah, if the combo is definitely worth the consideration about whether or not it's a problem. And if you think the combo's the problem, then you want to still hit Nykthos because the combo still revolves around Nykthos. It's not only Nykthos, but the combo gets much, much worse if you're removing Nykthos. Ban out mono green Rakdos, all the fires decks are the next thing waiting behind the curtain. Well, the aggro decks also get a real chance to kind of repopulate to keep those kind of decks in check. It's also, whenever you have a house of cards, right, the foundation of the format right now is Rakdos and green. So everything is in the scope of those two decks. So if you're banning the basis of that deck, right, of the house of cards, you don't know what'll shift down to take those spots. So even though, yes, those decks get a lot better, so do the aggro decks, so do other decks. So it's a matter of what gets the most improvement. Yeah, I don't think the combo is the problem so much as the rampant acceleration on early turns is the problem. Sure. It's fine. Yeah, the passive ability also is tough for a lot of decks. Play this. This. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Minus. We're gonna get a golem. We're gonna pass so we can threaten and block. Maybe if you said mono green's a problem deck, do you still want the deck to live? Maybe you could ban Storm. Yeah, Storm. So I've laid it out, and I want to do it in a more long form method. The weird thing about the decks at the top right now, right, is green has a really easy, precise order of bans you could follow, right? For me, it'd be Nykthos, then Storm, Cavalier, Karn. And I think that's a pretty easy line of like, if you want to answer specific things about this deck, you ban in that order. Red black's a lot harder because like, what do you ban from it? Like, you could ban Fable. You can't touch Thoughtseize. The format needs Thoughtseize, so you can't touch Thoughteize. You could ban like Bone Crusher Giant, but that's not really gonna change the matchup spread. So like, you look at Fable, and it's tough to justify Fable as a ban comparative to like we were saying, Nykthos, Stormfest, these cards that are much, much more powerful. I'm gonna block. And so it's interesting when you look at what you would have to ban from Rakdos to get to stop being like the top deck in the format. Ooh, all right, they kill Karn. That's fine. This is just free. Tap this. there is no interactive piece you could have here. You could have like a noxious grass, but we would float our mana. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kill Shieldred, get in for 6. All the prospective red-black bans speak to the lack of validity of banning a card from a fair mid-range. Well, the problem isn't that we don't want fair mid-range decks, right? But if a fair mid-range deck pushes everything out of the format, it's no longer a fair mid-range deck. It is a oppressive mid-range deck. It's like when Jund got banned in Modern. There is a line, right? We want decks like Rakdos to be good. We just don't want nothing else to be playable. Yeah, all the other non-aggro decks that play Fable also would take a hit, which isn't ideal. But again, that's the problem, right? Like, what do you ban? You can't ban Liliana. It's not actually that effective. Can't ban Shieldred or Kalitas. Can't ban Thoughtseize. Can't ban Fatal Push. Like, Bone Crusher's not going to change it. Again, it becomes like you kind of have to hit Fable. But then what does that do to the rest of the format, which is interesting. But the idea is we don't want to shut, like with mono green, right? We don't want to shut down the deck. We want to weaken it so that everything can be in proximity. Yeah, you don't want to hit Thoughtseize, though. Banning Thoughtseize is a really fast way to having to ban like 6 other decks. It's not what you want in the end. Pioneer is fine. I think it is becoming apparent that red, black, and mono green are pulling away from the format. What would happen if you just banned Cauldron? Red, black gets better. Because like there's less reason to play something like mono green. So now red, black, which is already far and away ahead of the format, is now more far and away ahead of the format, which I don't think is what you want, realistically. I also quite enjoy Pioneer, but I don't want to be oblivious to the developing problems of it, right? What if we make green stronger? Yes. No, that would be bad, Micah. Yo, Victor, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate you. Yeah, we don't want to be blinded by the fact that I enjoy Pioneer. Pioneer is fun, but there are problems with the format, and that's not something you want to just ignore. Red-black just loses to both Fires and Niv. Well, the thing is that those decks lose to green, right? Like this is the repeated problem we run into. Hey, we did it. Is like mid-range decks that don't close quickly lose to green. And so you end up in this cycle of aggro beats green, red-black beats aggro, green beats red-black, and you just keep cycling through. And then it's like, okay, well, if we want to target red-black, you play these over the top decks. Well, those lose to green. And so when you have a 2-deck format that catches everything, it pushes every other deck to the fringes, right? You have to be as low to the ground as possible or as over the top as possible. And it pushes everything that isn't that out of the format, which is kind of what we're seeing. Yeah, again, it's not something that like you need to ban today, but it's something that if we keep seeing this pattern for another week or two, I think it's very fair to start considering if things need to get dealt with. If Dreadbore catches a ban, red-black immediately gets worse. True. I mean, that's the thing is, if you ban any card from a deck, the deck gets worse for the most part. I think the only card you could ban from red-black that wouldn't affect it really is Shieldred, because then you just put in Kalitas again. But again, I think it's the thing about rock paper scissors, right? Is that's a 3-deck format, right? You have 3 things that all kind of counter each other. We don't really have that. We have red-black and green. And then everything gets to choose whether they lose to red, black, or lose to green. You can hit one or the other, but you can't hit both. And so it ends up in this position where you kind of can't play a lot of things because you just have to concede to 50+% of the format. Be awful if we devolve into 2019, 2020 Pioneer with Oko, Uro, Inverter. Yeah, like that's the thing is like, that's one of the reasons that you don't want to touch something like Thoughtseize is that it keeps things like Lotus Field from ever getting close to that level of metagame share. Green kind of just starts it all. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think Nykthos is a problem and will always be a problem, so you kind of got to get rid of it at a point. No, Winota needed to go. Winota was dominating a lot. Like, we've had this conversation on stream a couple times before where people are like, I don't remember Winota being that dominant. Winota was oppressively dominant. It pushed a vast majority of decks out of the format. It was putting up unbelievable number of top eights, and it basically made green impossible to play, which then made other decks impossible to play because Winota would just get under them. I think Winota was a good ban. I think you probably wanted to hit something from green at the same time if you were gonna look just to ban that. All right, well, we're kind of in a good spot as long as this doesn't get taken. Yeah, everything was Winota and anti-Winota, and Winota was still winning. I say it a lot because I think that's something people kind of miss. But like, if every deck in the format is your deck or the deck that's trying to beat your deck, that's probably not the thing. That's not a good sign. You can actually untap one. Actually, this. Let's juice up this layer, huh? Get in there. Jamersoul and Noyatog, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Get in there. Yeah, Winota had a lot of non-games as well. Like I said, I think the thing is that a lot I've gone through the ban list a lot of times before because it's something interesting, right? Like what could have been. I don't think there have been really many bans I disagree with in the long term from Pioneer. Short term, I disagree with some of them, and like things like banning Oath of Nissa was kind of like, why are we here? But like, there's a lot of other things that I think were very reasonable bans, historically speaking. Unban Uro, kidding, unless, JK. No, we can't touch Uro. Uro's a problem. All right, we're just gonna keep putting them in the abyss here until we draw something. I never got expressive iteration ban. It was a good ban. The thing about expressive iteration was it once again made everything unreasonably consistent. So you could never miss, basically, is the problem. You were guaranteed to always have a better late game than the rest of the format. Which like shouldn't be a problem, but it is, right? When the whole format can't fight you in the mid to late game, it takes away the optionality of people being able to play anything that isn't just linear aggro against you. We're getting in there. Oath wasn't a random ban. It was more that the decks that were playing it at the time still were very strong, even without. I think Boat might. No, just take another Cav. The thing about Oath was that it was powering up combo decks more so than like fair decks, which was rough. Oath ban was because of mono green aggro alongside Kethis and Saheeli. But they banned Teferi to hit Saheeli, and then they wanted to get rid of it for green Leyline and Kethis. Were the big ones. The green Leyline was also what they hit out of the green aggro decks because that card was bananas. Absolutely bananas. But like as you see, right, you don't need to be playing Oath for your deck to function very well for green. So I think the problem with Oath is it would weaken the deck but not in a meaningful enough way to like actually change anything, and that's what we're trying to avoid, right? Like we want our, if we're gonna go so far as to ban a card, we want that card to be meaningful when it's gone. So we could attack with 2 4/4s. This gets chumped, this gets eaten. That's fine. What do you think about playing Teferian Mono Green? I love it. I've played a lot of Teferian Mono Green. This is just a different build that isn't playing it, but I do think it's quite good. I think it makes the ability to combo much faster, which is very relevant. They can't go to 1 here. So yeah, this gets rid of their Luminarch Aspirant. Oh, they have a Brave the Elements? Sure. That's fine. I'd rather they be using that there. We have another layer to come in next turn. Yeah, when you ban Tef3, you have to ban Reclamation. Yeah, the problem with, so it's not a problem, right? This was the whole design of Pioneer, was they were like, we're gonna just let you have it. Whatever you want to do it for 2 weeks and we'll ban the crazy stuff. And they did. They did a good job of that, right? They banned Saheeli, they banned all this stuff. But then there was a couple months and you gotta ban some more stuff. Couple months, you gotta ban some more stuff. And now we're kind of at that point where like bannings have become rare because there's not all that much new coming out. It's only every couple standard sets. So we're now at the point where it's a consideration of like, how aggressively do you want to ban things? It just have to be Fable, and it's not pretty to ban Fable. I don't think you want to be banning Fable. I think it's just the only card that makes sense. Karn ends the game because we go get our favorite little golem. Kills this big first striker. There we go. I agree. It would make me sad. Yeah, the first couple months were a blast. I was playing the mono green deck with ley lines, and it was wild. But like, I do appreciate they gave us the Wild West, so we don't have to deal with no banless Pioneer. But again, we saw the power levels spike a bunch. That was an issue. You can't so like, the problem is it's not what you could ban without the format like falling apart. Like you could ban any card in red black, right? Right. But if we look at red black, so the lands don't matter. We're not banning the lands. We can't ban Fatal Push because that's one of the few interactive pieces that's good against the aggro elements of the format. And it's just a universally solid card. Can't ban Thoughtseize because it's a huge check on a lot of things and elements in the format. Bloodtithe Harvester, you'd never ban it. It's a 3-2 for 2. Hearse, value card. Croc's a value card. Dreadbore, you're not killing interactive spells that aren't actually doing anything. Liliana, not realistic to ban. Neither was Shieldred. They're not the big driving factor. Bone Crusher Giant's really efficient and good, but like, these are kind of the only cards you can look at, right? And like, I don't think you're banning Bone Crusher. You'd probably have to look at Fable. But like, that's the problem, is every card in this deck is just kind of replacement value. It's all 2-for-1 good stuff. Against mono white, this hand's a little slow. It has all the things we want. We just want an elf. All right, keep this. Get rid of Karn. 20-man tournament in Florida off a bet that I could not make energy work. 4 Okos and Once Upon a Time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When there's a broken card, you can't really take any data away because the whole thing is like the broken card's going to just do broken things, right? But like, when there's not incredibly broken cards in the format, then you have to evaluate it based on like what you actually do to the format by removing cards. No 2-drops good for us. To make the mana better for Omnath decks. That's going to be happening soon anyway, so I don't think we have to worry about that. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, we don't want red black to die. So if the answer is replacement level, that's good, right? You don't want red black to go from like best deck in the format to not playable. Instead, you want it to go from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Kiora would die here. So that kind of takes a bunch of heat off of us. So let's just do that. But the thing is, like, if you swap Bankbuster in for Fable, that's fine. That's so much slower, so much less efficient. And again, you're right. It would kind of just slide right in and be fine. That's good. We want that kind of thing to happen when you ban something. You don't want the deck to disappear and be non-functional. You want it to be okay. Or even good. Like, you can decks that get banned don't have to go from the best to unplayable. They just need to go from the best to fair. All right, so they could hit us for 2, kill Kiora, or just they're just coming face. Face is the place, huh? Ban Fable, but only in decks with Blood Crypt. That'd be a sick banning. All right, so this needs to hit a Nykthos. Does. Okay. This untaps this. 6 mana. This needs to hit Cavalier Kiora. And then this needs to hit another Nykthos. Doesn't. We have 3 mana, so we can untap this, play this. We have 3 blockers, we're at 5. We go block, 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 take 5 exactly. No, Brave also killed. What's the most egregious part of Fable? It's the epitome of a card that's better than the sum of its parts, right? Like a 2/2 that generates treasures is fine. Draw 2, discard 2 is fine. Even good, like very good. The flip copy card is good. It's 3 mana, do everything all at the right pace. It's a beautifully designed card. I have no issues with the card, to be honest, but it does just, in concert with everything else the deck is doing, it just simply becomes too efficient too quickly. And again, hopefully we see decks start to adapt, right? But this week was not particularly you know, awe-inspiring as far as seeing Red Black take any hits. Red Black just continued to dunk. Ugh, Folly is a pain. Now we need to draw land. We miss. Alright, Oath. Take a Nykthos. Love a Cavalier here. If the stage 1 was loot and stage 2 is make a token to be more reasonable, true. Not that it's awesome, it's just the ubiquitous 3-drop red card. I mean, it is the best thing to be doing at rate, but that's kind of saying the same thing, right? Is like, if the best thing you can do on rate is the same thing for every deck, regardless of what your deck's trying to do, card's certainly a bit beyond the pale of where you're trying to get it. Alright, we'll play Kiora and pass. They can deal 6 to it, but that's fine. We really need to find a Cavalier. Oh, this is exactly 7. Conan's just doing it. Yep. So I'm going to the regional championships. Do you think they'll ban anything prior? Maybe. It will probably need another week or 2 or 3 of data, but I could see a ban coming. Do you think Brothers War will impact it? Yes. Absolutely. It's a artifact set. It will absolutely impact it, and it will absolutely cause issues at the tournament of limited card availability and people having no idea what the cards do. But that is a choice that Wizards has made, and they're also giving less time to be able to look at the cards online or use the cards online. So it is what it is. All right, I think we are dead here, unfortunately. We needed to find more creatures that mattered, but mono white can be tough like that. go. Thank you so much for the resub, friend. Appreciate it. Love the Bezos bucks coming in. Appreciate you. Can't wait for week 0. I'm not a big week 0 fan, but I know some people love it, so I look forward to their enjoyment. Yeah, week 1 will be interesting. We're gonna see a lot of hotness. Always excited to see what cards I didn't notice being insane. True. Yeah, a lot of the cards in most recent sets haven't been caught quite as early, which is nice, but I'm sure the level of testing people are going to be trying to do with these Brothers War cards, there's going to be some hot stuff caught quickly. That's going to be an interesting one, seeing what cards pop up as like the front runners out of that deck or out of that format. Mono White's also picking up some traction, which is nice. Fable was 25 cents for like 3 weeks. Yeah, exactly. Karn will be better with Brother War stuff. It depends, right? Because like Karn doesn't generally want just like good artifacts. Karn wants specific artifacts, like things that do a specific role in a specific way. So like just good artifacts, we don't know. Odds that Atlanta and other RCQs get any streaming coverage? 0? Probably a hot 0. Well, no, DreamHack will do coverage. It's just whether they only do the top 8. Yeah, Karn wants bullets more so. I'm determined to make Silverback Elder and Sphinx of Clear Skies great. I appreciate your effort and I look forward to your determination. Thanks for the follow, Tuvaka. Seems weird to have your iconic Planeswalker card be so bleh. I guess that's fair. I mean, I think the issue is just going to be trying to figure out what these Karn is supposed to be doing. Because this is the current playable Karn, but maybe the power-up one, the Living Legacy, gets better from Brothers War, but I don't know. Yeah, it's true. Karn also, like, Karn does this weird thing where it makes other artifact decks bad, so, like, maybe the Brothers War, the answer is just play more Karn because there's a broken artifact that comes out. Hey, we against red and black? Kill our creature? Thoughtsei's up. Kill our creature. Okay. Yeah, that was always the scary part, is like Karn makes other Karn decks bad, which is unintentionally very funny to me. You ban Karn, pivot to Rakdos, Sax becomes real. True, Rakdos Sack gets a lot stronger if you were to ban out Karn. Even if you just make green worse. Do they take the old growth troll or the Karn here? Take the Karn, okay. Okay, they take both. Makes sense. Alright, well, we need to find some lands. Oh, I'd love to take an old growth troll, but we can't. That's killing red black with dream trawlers into Liliana. That makes sense to me. Yeah, Liliana did a good job of fixing a lot of Rakdos's bad matchups without actually fixing all of them, so it made it so that you could dedicate more sideboard slots to your actual bad matchups. That's why we're seeing Extinction Event and things like that. Yeah, Liliana here eating our Caryatid. Very rude. Oh. Player discards, huh? I'd rather get this Cavalier down if I had the option. Untap land. Let's go. One untap land, please. I'd even take a Nykthos. Yeah, I mean, this is killing things. Thoughtsei's Liliana is like the roadmap. The problem is that, as you'll see if we draw a land, then it becomes like, what next? Without the extinction events that tend to come in post board is where it gets trickier. What's your opinion on Topiary Stomper? Doesn't help you against aggro, doesn't help you against red black, doesn't help you in the mirror. Kind of just an okay card that people wanted to play when you were going up to 4 Kioras, but you don't even need to play extra cards to make Kiora good. Kiora's just good. Yeah, you do need to have them stumble game 1. Rakdos is able to do a lot by just stealing game 1s it shouldn't win, because your post board is so good against the majority of the format. And what Liliana and Shieldred did was make it so that Rakdos doesn't really have any like terrible matchups anymore. Even your bad matchups are like 60-40 instead of like 70-30. And so it means that you're able to like really hammer down your matchups in the sideboard. That has been the thing I found most with Liliana, is just like, it didn't revolutionize the deck, it just picked up percentages in all the right places. Along with Shieldred, right? Because like Shieldred does it against Lotus Field, which used to be like a terrible matchup, things like that. For the most part, it's all Shieldred. I've seen like 1 Kalitas, 2 Shieldred, or 3 Shieldred, 1 Kalitas in the board. But for the most part, I have seen a vast majority of Shieldred. And I think that's kind of correct. Yeah, Fires and Niv require help, but one of the ways to beat Niv is to strip them of resources and stop their dragon from being effective, and that's kind of what Liliana does. But Niv and Fires are definitely your, like, I hate this matchup, along with Lotus Field. But they are beatable, just not overwhelmingly so. You gonna make me sack a creature? Don't think you will. I'll sack this one. And we get to kill the Liliana anyway. With the lair. Yeah, that's the game. Yeah, we resolved the Cavalier and that was the game. Well, again, this kind of matchup, especially game 1, they just don't have the tools to catch up. So they have to have us dead before then. Afraid of the Moto God, the magic gods that Lotus Field never, What is that, a Starbucks drink? It is. It is. My wife went out and grabbed me a Starbucks drink. Strawberry refresher. Lotus Field never becoming the dominant deck. I think even if Lotus Field was the best deck, it would be difficult for it to be dominant, just on the basis that people don't enjoy playing it or like learning the lines or like min-maxing it. We've had metagames where like Niv was really good, so Lotus was just the best deck to be playing, and people still didn't play it. This hand is like the exact hand you don't want to see against red-black, huh? Because it's so dependent on your elves living. Mulligan. Oh, this hand's cracked. Absolutely bananas. Don't skip your first turn. Okay. Those feels dredgy in the format, like if no one respects it as a knife time. Yeah, you can just like decide not to lose to Lotus Field, which is kind of a tough spot to be in. I'm gonna get rid of this Caryatid. Liliana makes me less interested in Caryatid. That is kind of the thing though, is like if everyone just agrees to show up and everyone has reckless hate for Lotus Field, it can't really get off the ground, which is a real concern. Yeah, there you go. It's time to get old growthy. Got a Liliana for me? Trespasser. You should board those out in this matchup. You do not want Trespasser in post board against Mono. Just don't do it. Save yourself the headache. What's the best Lotus hate? I mean, Necromentra's the best, right? But it also doesn't effectively kill them. The thing is, like, the Necromentra effects can't hit everything. So, like, realistically, it's just, like, you just want, like, enough hate pieces that they can't blow them all up. That's the real answer, is, like, Damping Sphere, Deafening Silence, Eidolon of Rarica. You just want like Archon of Emeria. You want like 3 or 4 different pieces that all hit beautifully. I kind of think this Karn is not. No, Karn's probably better, right? Ogretroll's really good in this matchup, though. Yeah, Atomic, Lavinia. There's a lot of ones. It's just an issue of like you just got to be careful about Blast Zone as an answer. We just keep Karn. As much as I love Old Growth Troll, I think it is just keep Karn. Or he's getting Thoughtseize afterwards, and my painstaking decision didn't matter. How's the Black-Red Greasefang matchup? It's Greasefang favored unless post-board they're playing the Leyline of the Voids. Game 1 is definitely favored towards Greasefang, and then post-board, if you keep a hand without Leyline, it's favored towards Greasefang again, but Leyline is a disaster card for them. Alright, play a Karn. Let's just get a good value card here. Yeah, Leyline of the Void's in a good spot because it's very good into blue-red. It's very good into Greasefang. And like people just don't pack answers to it is the biggest thing. They have answers to a smaller hate. You play one Assassin's Trophy in the sideboard, and that's about it. There's not a lot of answers, unfortunately. I'll block. Oh, okay. I will block, and if you have a post-combat Bone Crusher Giant, that is fine with me. The Seiju also, yeah. Those are all reasonable answers. Like that's the thing is you have reasonable answers, you just don't have great answers. Okay, you have 2-for-1 yourself. Now what? What's the next part of that plan? They don't have one. Yeah, the whole thing is that you leverage the fact that sideboards, like Leyline of the Void gets worse if people account for Leyline of the Void, but they don't, so then it gets better. Hey look, we beat Red-Black. This is why Mono Green is still very good. Run into Red-Black, you just get to beat them up. Not always, but more often than not by a lot. Alright. Oh, we get a little 4-1 prediction. Get in there, those of you on Twitch. Get our prediction going. Well, that's the thing is like the games are close until they're not against Red-Black usually. And like they're either close till they're not for you or against you, but it's always close till they're not. So all of a sudden, somebody plays like an Old Growth Troll or a Cav, or they get rid of everything. Got some pumpkin chili. Hot and fresh. Alright, well, in the dark. Oh, we're up against a local grinder here. Oh, we're playing the mirror. Alright, well. We don't have a Storm, which is the best card in the mirror. We don't have a Karn, which is also very good in the mirror. So far, they look like they have the tools. We don't quite. Yeah, they have a turn 3 storm potentially. Turn 3 storm is the best thing you can do in the mirror, so it is scary. Alright, we find our Nykthos. We have turn 3 Cav. Alright, us both having turn 3 Cav is much better for us. But if they find a Karn here, now we're in trouble. Now we're in trouble. Found a storm, huh? We could storm. We have 2 Cavs in hand, so I think we just run out of Cav. This just lets us float the extra mana in case we find a dork. We don't. Alright, well. We're gonna need this storm to get us there, because they're gonna get to Karn us. So they have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana. They could play a land, get Karn, get Meteor Golem. Get Golem. Kill our Kiora. Could just get Godfair statue, but not as effective here. They don't have the combo yet. They're getting ever closer. Low growth troll, sure. Kiora, sure. Now they have a lot of mana. We're in danger. Yep. Oh, Storm here is bad for us. We're probably just dead. There's not a lot of hits this Storm can find that would keep us alive. Rip, did they miss on the Storm? I can't miss. No, they got some lands. Karn statue on this board doesn't get much because we have the Nykthos already with the Kiora. They're gonna flash back Storm. Well, they get 2 Storms to look at it. But it does make it harder. Gives us a turn to untap, which is scary. Yeah, Cav Karn. Ooh, Cav finds no lands. So they have 1 mana, so they can Needle Kiora here. Takes away a lot of our explosivity. What do they get? We're hoping they don't get Needle. Needle's gotta be the worst for us. Just because it, I mean, it hurts them too, but it hurts us more because they're already on board. See what they get here. They just got Chainmail. That's not right. That ain't right, Bobby. Alright, we'll start with Troll, draw a card. We don't hit an extra Nykthos. Alright. 11. Untap. Play Cav with the triggers on the side. Draw a card. 18. Alright, Storm. Karn, Kiora. So we're gonna minus. Go get Boat. Boat's the cheapest thing that kills the Karn. Karn. Storm. Find Karn. Old Growth Troll. Card, play this. Ooh. I think we needed to not play that elf. That was the actual issue, but it's fine because we just Cauldron. Hold on. Up Karn Kiora. Yeah, we unfortunately needed to not play the elf there. That's fine. We can just pass. Yeah, to win this turn, we needed to not play this. So that we had one extra mana, so we could play Chainveil, activate it. And then this could untap this with the 1 mana floating, and we win. Playing the elf was somehow what killed us, which is hilarious, but also... Don't be like me and just kill your opponent. No, we used the land drop earlier. If we had the land drop, we could have just played the Nykthos. There was many issues, but we win when not playing the elf, which is funny to me. Kevin was saying that he needed to get Needle, which was correct, but also I just needed to not play the elf to win. Yeah, now he wins. The joys of the Karn Mirror. Everyone's just punting back and forth. Well, we win this game if I play better. That's the lesson to take away from this, I suppose. Kevin out here doing the combo. Let him get some reps in. He needs it while I'm eating my chili. Just out here doing things. Unlimited mana. Got it. We just out here at lunch. We're just all out here waiting. The Bank Buster to make black mana. We're just out here. He has enough QR activations. He should just be able to win and very quickly just play the Cauldron tap. We didn't have the Nykthos activation left over. We needed to not play the elf because we didn't have the Nykthos activation or a land to play. Otherwise, we would have been fine. We had exactly enough. But played the elf without counting first. There we go. We'll die. We have died. Well, we punted away the game. We had the win when they made a mistake, but if everyone had played perfectly, that game played out the way it would have, and that Kevin should have won that game one. He punted to us, we punted right back. Eventually, he got the dub. All right. Kevin doing a big sideboarding. All right. I'll play. We're all dressed up with nowhere to go. It's a little sketchy in the mirror. Just because we really want Storm. Like Stream Decker's working again. Work from them is that's out in front. No 1-drop, no 2-drop. Close it off. Not being a Nykthos is a little rough for us. I don't know what their hand would be to keep no 1, no 2. Can't be a Kiora. Kill Kiora. Alright, well. We have lethal next turn. That's nice. The old fashioned way. The way a green deck's intended. These nice layers coming in. It's delicious. Oh no. Kevin died. Disconnected. Seems good. The handyman coming to fix something tomorrow. Hop over to our chess puzzles while we're waiting. Alright, black to move. Got this line. If we go here, they just take here. Great. I want to leave this in a spot where this can't take it. Yep, so we just go here. Oh, you gotta change chat. Your chess rating? Like 1059 in rapid. I have a positive win-loss, which is I'm much worse at blitz though. Given time, I play better, shockingly. I crash. See what they got. Well, game one was a calamity of errors. This game looked like we're just gonna run them over. So game 3 is where it's gonna really decide out. I'm not really sure what kind of hand he kept to have no 1-drop, no 2-drop, no follow up on the Kiora either. Now he mulled the 6, right? So you go lower than 6. Mulled the 6. I feel like tough not to find a functional 6. Yeah, his internet died. He's coming back. Seemed like it was supposed to be mulligan if you're just throwing a Kiora in 3. Yeah, I agree. You're up to Fairy now? This was just the build that had won the showcase of the challenge recently with the 2 skyships main, so I wanted to give it a try. I like to try all the tech so that I have informed opinions about what I prefer. I'd still quite like Teferi. I think if the skyships give you better game against aggro, that's probably a better spot to be right now, because that's where it's toughest at the moment to be winning. Do this. This is 7/7. We're just gonna split this so he can't jump everything. This is gonna crew, get in for 6, 11, 15, 16, 17. Lethal. Like his internet's still cutting in and out. Not back to our puzzles. Alright, this is gonna promote. White to move. King's trapped here. If we push this pawn, the problem is that we're gonna lose this fight. It can't be this. Oh, we just check. Oh, I was so focused on like we win this fight that I missed that we just checkmate them. Okay. Game 3. Yeah, I like Teferi a lot in the mirror. The thing is like the skyships are quite good in the open field. Teferi is much better in the mirror, better against some of the other mid-range decks, but where we've actually had the biggest problem is generally speaking going to be aggro decks because they get under you before you get your wheels set up. But once you get all your stuff in line, it's hard for most decks to beat you. You just want to not be dead. So having a 5-drop you can storm into that impacts the board repeatedly is quite nice. Trying to close a bag of chips with a clip, and I have no idea how to do it. Nothing makes me feel quite as dumb as not being able to do a very basic task. Seated temporarily. Alright. We're waiting for the dramatic sideboarding. Alright, we have this. This. Huh? I guess just not be it. This check. Force them to run away. Trading queens here seems fine, but that's apparently not. Oh, I guess, okay, because this takes here, that's why it's not that. Do this. Oh, because that pushes that, and then we get this. Okay, okay. Remember when Mono Green was supposed to keep Red, Black, and Jacket? It does to a degree. The problem is that I would say of the 2 decks, it's easier to fight Mono Green than it is to fight Red, Black. This forces this here, and then we take. The problem is that like you have 2 options, right? You either attack mono green or red black, and most of the decks that want to attack mono green are more functional against the rest of the meta. the decks that want to attack red-black are less functional against the rest of the meta. So it's probably correct to attack mono-green. The problem then becomes that red-black just kind of cleans up at the end. And that's kind of what we've been seeing. But it's weird. Like if you told me everyone in a tournament was going to be playing mono green or red black, you'd want to be playing mono green. But the problem is everyone who's not playing those two decks is more likely to attack green than red black, which makes red black more likely to win in the end. Enigmatic decks rise up. Enigmatic's interesting. It still feels like it should be unfavored against green, but it is interesting. I know some people who are diehard Enigmatic players. All right. One day Kevin will return. Internet dying. All right, white to move. Huh? It's an easy one. All right, black to move. We have this diagonal. This sitting here. So we want to move. We need to deflect this. Oh, that deflects that way. So that's wait. Because we can go here. But we can't because this is here. So we need to deflect this. Can't take here. Trying to see if there's a sacrifice play. Okay. Yeah, we just force the queen to sacrifice. That makes sense. Oh, cell phone tethering? It's not great. Alright, we're gonna look for a better hand. This is a better hand. That first hand we had was basically the hand that Kevin kept last game. You really do need to be doing something on one or two. Alright, well, we're not doing anything on one or two, so we're probably going to die. Why is it called a rook and not a tower? Could not tell you to save my life. I'm sure it is something old and English. Alright, we are a million miles behind here. Double ramp versus no ramp. Alright, well they missed on land, but put two storms in the yard, which is still bad for us. We just have to go to 5 looking for something better to do there. Because this is essentially the same hand where we're just not able to do anything. Huh? Well, we might just die to combat before we can time them out. Though if we can get this Cavalier down, maybe. But they also have access to 3 storms at the moment, which is a little problem. Depends what they hit off this. They could also just take a land, and if they hit a Nykthos and a land, they could fire up this layer, kill Kiora. I mean, I think you have to try and chip Kiora down. Only getting 1 use out of Kiora is much better, especially if they assume we have Cavalier, and hitting it for 6 means I don't draw a card. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're 1 short. Now they have flashback Storm. Yeah. We are very dead. Not a lot of ways for us to come back from this one, to be honest. That makes 10. Okay. We'll die. Alas, we'll die. We had the non-functional hand that game 3. Yeah, unfortunately, it does hinge pretty heavily on how good your start is, and our oath not finding any ramp was a real rough spot. Balanced gaming. We lost to the mirror. We netted 5 play points. Let's see if we keep 3-2ing. This balance is all things should be, but we gotta find some more dubs. So losing the mirror is not a particular downside, I suppose, as far as figuring out how well the deck positions against everything else. But definitely not a good time to be playing against mono white humans. All right, we're on the play. Start this out hot. Hand's pretty good. Having the oath to be able to rebuy in case they kill our elf is pretty nice. GG's, Kevin. Liking the Teferilis version? It's still pretty early as far as like having any definitive on it, but it's definitely still felt pretty nice. It's one of those things where like it lets you have a cleaner mana base, which I enjoy, but I'm not sure if it pays enough dividends overall. You're tap this. We'll take a forest over a lair so that we can play this. That just seems reckless at that point, Kevin. Just like I'll throw in. I mean, vaguely throwing in a planeswalker is probably fine, but it does seem like not a lot of thought if the numbers are just like 2-1. I certainly didn't mind the shocklands. That was never a problem I had, but our opponent stuck on mana. Play Cav here. Doesn't get countered. Take an extra Nykthos. Play Karn. This has to get countered, right? Okay. Now we get to Storm. You're a Cavalier, and we keep going. Okay. Submit. Just get to terrorize blue-white decks, I suppose. Against blue-white. We have a lot better hands than this. Hey, speaking of a hand that's a lot better. We'll be really sad if they have a portable hole and we don't have another green Saurus, but our deck is vastly majority of green. I'm going to take that risk, especially on the draw. Old girl troll, I choose you. Getting censored. Fine. There's more trolls where that came from. Counterspell, counterspell. Alright, play a Kiora. Oh, they were pausing for a while. I wonder if they were worried about another one. Oh, I can go on top. We'll happily redraw that one. They're 3 counterspells deep. Still falling further and further behind. Love to draw a Nykthos off of the old growth troll on top of our deck. We're too good. Just too good. God Pharaoh statue. Play that. Screw up. We're just too good. Just too good. Cracked. Jacked. Yeah, Bank Buster. In for 6, untap this. Might have a Wandering Emperor here. Pretty okay just trading off this for their mana. Fading. We get to draw a card if they do this trade is the main reason we're happy with it. Not, we're just chunking them in. Go to 10. They can't flashback Deluge here. Cycle Sensor. Sure, make 1/1. Fine. It's not ideal. Get in for 4. Just fine with it, huh? minus Cauldron. Old Growth Troll Karn. Assume they have a counter spell for it. Alright, well. They're at 5. Yeah, we had quite a few turns to draw something meaningful. Quite fine, anyway. Farewell. It's so frustrating when they're able to get to 8 mana before we can find anything to do, but alas, so it goes. That is the way you lose to blue-white. Don't find any threats. Die. Yeah, Farewell being one of the worst cards for us in the matchup. And again, they play like 1. It does make it difficult to beat when they find it, though. Alright. Play Storm. Yeah. Two, three, four, five, 6 counter spells. A goodly amount to win the game. Takes 1. Perfect. Around 3 cards in hand. Kyora's dying. Oh, they named 3. We were desperately in the drawing anything waiting, but alas, times would be. What we got? All right, stands okay. Definitely lives in the space where we'd rather have some other things, but an early Karn could be lights out if we can get there. Do need a land though. Take a troll. Troll does a good job of pressuring them while we're waiting for lands. All right, you're up. This is our plan. Look at all these counter spells in your hand. Now you'll die. When's the next Pioneer tier list coming? Should be here probably on Wednesday. Fortunate. Bottom it. That was rude of him. Yeah, ideally I should record the video tonight. Just take me a day to edit or so. Draw land. Oh. Incredible. Now we're in a bad spot. We're in a good spot, now we're in a bad spot. Just can't draw lands. Last game I couldn't draw threats, this game can't draw lands. It's one or the other. We're gonna get beat up something fierce by this Wandering Emperor killing our Karn, but we just need to hit a land drop. Oh, Fateful Absence is so much better for us than Emperor there. The Fairy. Well, if they have an Aether Gust, we're doomed. What? Why would they even do that? What? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Alright. Guess. Like, if you assume we're gonna miss a land drop there, I guess. But that I still don't understand just not plussing there. Wild. Also cycle sensor when we're missing land drops. The opponent's just wilding. I don't know what's going on anymore. Opponent's just wilding. I mean, clearly they don't have any counter spells, is what I'm garnering from this. Or their counter spell is veto. I just don't think they have a counter spell. We're gonna have to try and deal with this Teferi. We have a lot of ways to do it, but the how is going to be relatively important here. Those lucky. Lucky. Even take a settle the wreckage here, to be honest. Yeah, there's Wandering Emperor. Yeah, exile that. Teferi takes 2 down to 1. Gonna. Was this a farewell? Lovely. No, just kill that. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I mean, I hope this works out. Oh. Here's the veto. Alright, well. Being trapped under our own mana situation. Another counter spell. Put away. Jamming Storm the Festivals from now to the end of time. Right, Deluge, hope they miss. Seems unlikely. They haven't found many counter spells yet, but I hope. No, paying costs. Oh. Now it has to be exactly 2 on the bottom. Has to be exactly veto. They missed. Wow. Wild. We didn't really hit much. This again. Just do the same thing over again. Now we can. Keep running it back, huh? Second time. I think Old Growth Troll parried it, I guess. Okay. They saw 30 cards, didn't find a counterspell. We saw 10 cards and didn't find anything relevant. It's been an anemic game. Blow up our Nykthos. Blow up our lair. Interesting. What does that mean? Yeah, it lets us draw 2, but we're just trying to get out from under our mana situation. Well, now it feels worse because they had the farewell, but alas. They didn't have counterspell last turn. They'll have it this turn, though. Control. Play Karn. Go get Pithing Needle for Karn, or for Teferi. They don't have counter spells, so let's just get the board stable. Go from there. And a million cards, but no counter spells, clearly. Yeah, Cavalier. Storm in the yard, which is fine. Gonna play this. Perfect. Minus statue. Make their life a little harder here. Does this have a counter spell? Kraken. Okay. Untap this. Play second Karn. Meteor Golem. Play Meteor Golem. Kill the Kraken. Now attack them. Okay. Feeling much better about our position, since I presume their entire strategy was built around that Hullbreaker horror. Put a storm back on top. Don't put these on the same thing. Start with storm. Flare. Again, we're just gonna take it a little slow in case they have a veto. Fine. Cauldron. Storm. Those Karn. New Nykthos, new Karn. Buyback. Kiora. Already have the Karn. Let's just get back 2 Kioras. Play new Kiora. Untap here. Fine. Yes. Get Chain Veil, play Chain Veil. Activate Chain Veil. Untap here. Nope. Emperor and Magic, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. This. Tap this. This. Minus. Hustling Cauldron. Tap the Nykthos. Buy back. Buy back 2 Kioras because the Karns will just do its own thing here. Now we have a ton of activations. Tap here, here. Bait. Karn. Karn. Minus Karn. Cauldron. Here should be enough now that this will just give us all the activations we need. We're just vibing. Tap this. Okay. Next Kiora. Want to make sure we get all 7 activations for each Kiora now. Perfect. This. Tap this. And this here. Go get Bankbuster. Mostly just I'm going to activate this. I have X activations left, and you just keep a little marker going. Bankbuster. Activate. 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 This. Tap this. This. Karn. Yeah, put a dice for each activation. There's a lot of ways to do it that aren't too invasive. Minus. Get Cauldron. Karn Kiora. Play Kiora. Minus Cauldron. Cast this with black mana. I have you mill. Untap it again. Have you mill. Run out of cards, opponent. Well, there we go. Took a hot minute, but we got the combo off and got to win there. Not the most graceful win, but we'll take it. The fact that they ran out of counter spells there. Alright, we'll keep this. Oh, we're being subtle. Ooh, mono white. Yep, they've been playing a lot of mono white lately. Last I knew. We'll take the Mystic here. We already have our lands. Really would like an old growth, something to that effect. They have a pretty good start. Alright, this is the matchup that is a little bit scary for Tremata Grain. The boats are definitely beneficial here, but still remains scary if they have an Adeline. Well, they can just take the boat now, but we can play another one. All boats all the time. Take 5. We need something that can stabilize the ground here, and a land is not that. Yeah, the boats are 2 main from this list. Grab another one. Don't think it's going to be fast enough. Yeah. Alright, we'll die. Game 2. Yeah, mono white, very good for farming leagues, especially against mono green. Can't recommend it enough. Alright. Can't be mad about Caryatid into Cavalier. Alright, good start for us at least. Thalia. How rude. Still gonna play Kiora though. Lets us play Cav and draw a card. Alright, Cavalier time. Didn't find a Nykthos, but we do get to play an elf, so that's nice. Look at our a rough one. No attack though. Karn, Wolf Willow Haven. I'll have to get Skylex here. Can't, so get Heart of Kieran. Literally just have it all. Dude, stop. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. A little bit short. Killer Planeswalker is actually at all, my dude. Incredible. Before. All right, you're up. Everybody at us, and we're just taking 100. 4, 8, 11. Lethal. Guess we'll die. On a white. Really rough. Needed them to have one less thing at most points of that. Alright, we are remaining wanting to dodge mono white. Still remains the tough matchup with this deck. If mono white's able to get their red black matchup in line, which would be quite tough, I imagine. I feel like it's in a great spot overall in the metagame. You can find a better hand than this. Better hand than that. Yeah, if someone fixes the red black matchup for mono white, that deck has a lot of good positionality in the metagame. Attack. Attack. They're like a kill your elf. I'm like, oh, all right, well, Karn's a good one. I'm gonna grab a land to start here so we can guarantee this Cavalier next turn. Alright, well. Let's start here. Well, I'm just gonna plus so that we our Karn for when we want to tap next turn. Got to discard opponent. Fake, okay. Divide by 0. Well, I'm glad we kept our Karn alive. They just looted away. They didn't even pick up a thing. They can't cruise because we have this. Play this again. God, can we stop hitting repeat Nykthoses? I just want to actually accelerate our mana. Like the one time we don't want to hit a Nykthos. There's the cruise we sort of figured on. Have you tried the green black version? Nebraska, it's like the one I have not tried yet, but thinking of variety. I tried it a bit when it first came out. I didn't find it to be overall that helpful in most of the matchups where I think you would want any form of the advantage. It's good in the mirror, but it didn't like sway the mirror so much as to do much about where I would want to lock it in as a thing to do. Oh, we're going okay. We are dying horrible deaths to mono white, as continues to be pretty regular occurrence, but otherwise we're beating most other things. We've lost to mono white in the mirror, and that's about it. And once to blue red, but everything else has been good, as one might expect. The skyships main have been interesting. I like the Teferis mainly for the mirror, but being able to have a shot against the aggro decks game 1 has been nice. But the big problem just remains mono white. Right? And it's a little bit suspect in that if they have, excuse me, a litany of removal spells, it gets a little bit worse, but just try and outrun them. Haven's a good draw. Gives us an out to even if they do kill all our things. Ooh, not killing our thing there is nice. So they could still just be waiting till turn 2 to do it. But if we get to untap and just dump our hand, we're in a great spot. I will happily let you shred. You can shred to your heart's content, opponent. Pitch a land, nice. Well, we're well ahead of the curve now. We have 7 mana, so we can play Old Growth Troll and still have 7 mana open. Let's play this. Divide by 0. Rude, but fair. Pitched a Fiery Impulse. Interesting. Other way around. Yeah, you can shred again. Told you. We're fine with shredding. At least till we aren't, but for now we are. Alright, so now we have 7 mana off Nykthos. So we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana total. So we can Karn plus, that shrinks it by 2. I was gonna say, we can Karn plus get a Meteor Golem if we want, but again, we're not really all that scared at the moment. About to storm off a little. Leaving that back on D makes sense. You're a Wolf Willow. Eight, 9, 10. They get to shred, we get to double storm. It's a fair trade. Alright, found the Cavalier and a Kiora. So this lets us draw 2. We drew a Nykthos. Missed on lands, not ideal, but that's okay. We're just gonna untap this and Oath. Another Old Growth Troll, sure. Not. Alright, well, we have our Cavalier, we have our Karn, we have a backup Nykthos. Looking like we're in good shape. They find a Cruise. Fine. They were insta-ditching their cards, so I'm guessing Cruise was the last card they had in hand. They were going to ditch whatever they shredded into. Should make sense. Put away a Fires. Put away a Fires. Just looking for them to tap low enough that we can force this Karn through. No shock. Can't attack. Alright. 12 mana is a good start. Let's make a lot of mana. Start with Karn. Good enough. So start with Karn, because then we could Oath into another Karn or Old Growth Troll with the extra draw. And if none of that works, we're just standing up our lair for lethal, so they have to block it, and we just start chewing through their board. Well, things remain the same. Not mono white, we're happy. See you. If we can continue dodging our mono white, I think we'll be good. I like to play against some more Rakdos. You're still on. I went to play football meantime. Nice. Yeah, usually we're on for 4 to 6 hours most days, so plenty of time to go play some football, have some lunch, do whatever you're trying to do. It's always a good time. Real question, can we escape with better than a 3-2? Seems to be our repeat. All right. On the draw, not too bad. What do you got for me, opponent? All right, this hand's great. No companion from our opponent, so we don't know what they're on. Just generically good hand. Ooh, red black, beautiful. Old Growth Troll, especially good into red black. They kill our elf here. Best case scenario is they play like a Bloodtithe Harvester and we get to go Kiora, untap, land. Alright, kill our dork is fine. I'll just Wolfwillow Haven. We want a Haven here, one, because it's less susceptible to any kind of interaction, and two, it lets us go Kiora into Old Growth Troll here. That mono green is now viable. I know in the past mono green was never able to hold its own. Yeah, the further back you went, the more viable it was. But once some of the decks in the format started being too efficient, it was always tough. But then the combo really brought it back to life. We'll growth, draw a card. All right, backup storm's great for us. Just minus a Haven, true. All right, Thoughtseize takes one storm. I've seen people concede to worse hands here because we're just gonna we can Haven, untap, storm. Oh, true. Yeah, we could have just gotten the Haven down. Fair. Ends up shaking out about the same, but that is fair. Cavalier Nykthos. Nine. Alright, well, can't quite that. I'll just play this. If they traded, we could have stormed, but there's no shot they do. Oh, like 10, 20 years ago? Oh yeah, that back then, no shot. Unfortunately, mono green just didn't have nearly the staying power of some other blue decks and other things like that. 2 lands gone. Yeah. Cards in hand. Another Fable. They're loaded up on Fables. The problem is it just doesn't... Fable's not at its best here, where we're going to be storming twice for 100 mana. Alright, we'll start here because it's free. So if we find a Karn, we probably just want to do that instead. Yeah, this is a much more representative red-black game one, where they aren't just loaded up on removal Thoughtseize, Liliana. It's still tough for them. I'll take an Old Growth Troll. Gonna not tap our Hydra in case we want it later. Alright. Karn Cav, that should be game. Yep. Yeah. Alright, on to game 2. Like I said, this is the rock, paper, scissors of the format. Take our oath. I'm pretty high on hands that just have functional mana, because as long as we have actual land matchup, we'll eventually draw things to do. just as designed. Liana, playing a low resource game, huh? Nah, you're good, Sam. It's the ADHD in me. I can't be doing any one thing at a time. Always got to be multitasking. What are they gonna do? Play Bone Crusher? Sure. Heard this. Sack Lily. Ooh, they're just gonna let it happen. Kind of them. Pass. We're gonna discard this Kiora. Yes. Ooh, no discard, huh? Don't wanna. No, it's just fine. Liliana's just fine. She's certainly not OP. Alright, well. Our opponent's playing Kalidas instead of Shieldred. We'll go to game 3. We're in that low resource part of the game where we just needed to find one more thing early. Alright, this hand's great. They don't have a Fatal Push here or Thoughtseize. We're in good shape, but they shouldn't keep a non-Fatal Push, non-Thoughtseize hand. That makes sense. I don't believe it was possible to play both, but I might be wrong. A backup Karn. Unfortunately, the land we found was tapped. We were hoping to find an untapped land on the second one, I suppose. Now we're kind of stuck under our own mana. And great. Take 3. Five. We'd have to draw a land. Pass. Well, let's find an untapped land and storm off. Well, you should certainly money match him. Kevin thinks a lot of things. I don't know how often I trust those things. I would certainly take the money and run, Sam. Three matches, 100 ticks per match. I mean, you can let him be on the play game 1 if he's willing to put up 200 tickets per game, right? Like, no, no shot. You just get to be like, I would like to take the play in a matchup, right? That's a little bit of looty. Well, this is how we die to red black, is just getting choked on mana. To draw a land. Thanks for the follow, Galaxy. Appreciate ya. Well, grabbing the land there still puts us in the same position where you need to draw a land. Kevin's magic states are very skewed because he's very good. That's certainly part of it. I think the other part is just like over indexing towards your own experiences versus like what other people have. Well, the Kiora's not coming down this game. We're either storming into enough things to survive or we're dying. There's no in between here. And even then, we're still probably not winning with the... Yeah. All right. That is the way we die to red-black, is just getting put underneath. Like I said, we needed to find some more actual mana. Sad. But does have to happen some number of times. See if we can remain in our infinite 3-2 loop. Well, we also could have just taken the forest instead of the yeah. There's many places where we could have done slight optimizations that would have been nice. None of them in the end I think would have mattered based on the process of play that the game occurred, but they all would have given us a better percentage chance had things worked out. So that's fair. If that is the concern that you are aiming for, perfectly reasonable. Oh, elves. Matchup where we're quite happy to have the boat. Play this. Lets us play boat next turn with Wolf Willow, Nykthos. Another dork? Sure. Sentinel. Oh my god, I just didn't play the Nykthos. Everything's fine. We're definitely awake today. Nobody mind me. Boy, we're having an afternoon. Just snap, play the wrong land. That's okay. Happens to the best of us. Now we just rebound. We're not in immense danger quite yet. We'll take our 7 and be sad about it and then move on with our life. Kill this. And we'll make a 2-2 so we have a little bit better defense here so we don't get run over while we wait for our skyship to take over the game. Winnin's elite, sure. Uh, okay, Steely Champion. A little bit of a pain, not the problem. Crack this. Kill this. Homewalker, sure. I only have 2 mana to work with. Can trade with the Steel Leaf Champion. We're gonna absolutely Alright, we'll shoot down the Realm Walker. This is the last turn they can block if they want to block this, because we can just shoot it down before damage next turn. Yep, so they block. We'll sack this and get our 4/4. Could have done that on end step. Alright, well, that Nykthos isn't getting them much value at the moment either. Can make 2. They can make like a 5/5 layer, which is fine. Not gonna get them out of it. And with all our mistakes, we'll be fine here. Alright. Game 2. Definitely a matchup where we're happy to have Boat's main deck. Let's survive our nice 3-2. There's something infinitely not sad, but infinitely like frustrating about going positive in 3 leagues and having it net out to like 3 treasure chests. Does slowly grind infinite. Much rather be doing slightly better. Alright, we'll go to 5. Go to 4. Okay. At that point, alright. Alright. Here we go, elves. Why isn't your record updating? I'll just blame Moto things. We are in game 2, but maybe MTGO bots just having a day. I'd believe it. I'm having a day too. Leaf Crown Visionary, no second land from that, huh? Play Kiora. Crap. We're in a good way. we're all dressed up. We're just looking for somewhere to go. We have 5 mana to work with next turn. Let's draw a boat. Let's draw a cavalier. Boat's probably our best draw. Play this, play boat. Debating what to do. Opponent's got the 1-lander. They're gonna pay the 1 to draw land. Smart. They miss. Unlucky. Let's see if we hit anything good. Well, we hit a 5-drop, which is ideal. And we get to draw a card? And we put a storm in the yard? How lucky. Well, our Moldafor doing pretty good here. I will say. Our Moldafor looking good against their one-lander. They have 3 mana now, though. Okay. Yep. Glimpsed. They have 2 mana, or 1 mana left. They hit a land. Another Sentinel. I mean, I understand keeping a one-lander with all this mana, but it does become a problem in this scenario. Alright, draw a card. That. 20 mana. Well, not ideal. As far as things I'd like to have hit, that's not it. Make some duders. Get in for 5. Opponent's gonna start drawing out of it if we don't find anything. That storm hitting very little is not ideal. We are kind of in looking for somewhere to go still mode. We need a Karn, we need another Cav, we need a Storm. Hey, Coco. You paid 20 mana for 2/2/2s? I did. And I do it again, Sam. And I do it again. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I would do it again. I don't have any attacks. We're Karn away from feeling good. Oh, they have another creature. 2-drop. They're visionary. Okay. Hey, look at that. We're too good at this game. Karn. Veil. Play this. Hold on, we can wait on that for a second. Do this first. Cauldron. Karn Kiora. This Kiora has a bunch of activations. Again. Again. Odin, assuming this is infinite, yes. GG's. Paid 20 mana for a lightning coils and a Kefnit's last word. Truly the most medium of days. We went a solid 9-6 doing things. Mono white beat us twice. We lost the mirror. We lost a red black once, and we lost a blue red. Lost one other one. I think we lost a mono white 3 times. If we could figure out a way to make the mono white matchup better, feel like we'd be in a much better spot, but it is a big reason that I think people are moving more and more towards red black as their deck of choice. Is just the mono white matchup is pretty abysmal for mono green, which is an issue. But that's gonna be it for me today. A little bit of a shorter stream, but I'll be back tomorrow for a longer stream. We're gonna play something else other than green. Probably play some Bushwhacker. It did really well in the challenge, and excited to see how it plays out. But appreciate everybody hanging out, especially those of you over on YouTube. So we multi-streamed this week. So see you tomorrow. I'm gonna send you over to James. Have a good night, and